her off. Not a Needy Gal goes right out for the lead. Tale of Mona there to the inside. Patty K's Wild up close between horses. Illusionista moves up on the outside from fourth to third to second as they head for the first turn. Not a Needy Gal. Down to the inside, has the early lead, though, by a length. Illusionista goes second around the outside by a length and a half. Tale of Mona goes third to the inside by just a neck. Patty K's Wild is fourth a neck between horses. Curlita fifth up on the far outside. She was wide around the first turn. Break of nearly 5 more back to Crafty Lady next to last. Concord's Difference is the trailer. 24.87 seconds the time for the opening quarter. Not a Needy Gal is the leader up the backstretch. Leads it by just a half length. Illusionista, second by a length and a half. Tale of Mona, third to the inside. Curlita, fourth up on the far outside. And Patty K's Wild, fifth, now fourth, in between that pair, just over 2 lengths from the front. Break of 4 more lengths then, back to Concord's Difference and Crafty Lady. 49.2, and that was the time for the opening half mile. Not a Needy Gal is the leader, half length. Illusionista, the closest thread into the far turn. Patty K's Wild is still third, a length off that front pair, but being asked for more now midway on the turn. And then Tale of Mona, fourth back toward the inside. They're at the quarter pole. Curlita has dropped back into fifth. Illusionista and Patty K's Wild now go 1-2 to the top of the short stretch, separated by less than a length. Patty K's Wild goes up on the outside now to take the lead from Illusionista. Here's Tale of Mona swinging to the far outside, trying to join the front pair. Illusionista fighting back in the final furlong. Tale of Mona is right there on the outside, and Patty K's Wild between horses. Tale of Mona. Edgar Morales sweep up to win it. It was Patty K's Wild home second. Illusionista was third. Curlita was fourth. And Not a Needy Gal was fifth.
To the last filly to make the last move, and that was Tale of Mona. As the front runners in front of her, the 5-horse had made her move, and then she flattens out, and then Edgar Morales gets her out in the clear off the rail where she was at a vast majority of this mile to 16th journey, and she kicks on to win at odds of 7-2. Congratulations to Daniel Investment Holdings and trainer Lon Wiggins, daughter of Tale of the Cat, striking in race 1 here at Keeneland.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's first. 1 Tale of Mona first. 5 Patty K's Wild second. 6 Illusionista third. 3 Curlita fourth. 4 Not a Needy Gal fifth. 1, 5, 6, 3, 4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's first, the unofficial winner, number 1 Tale of Mona, owned by Daniel Investment Holdings of Pat Daniel, trained by Lon Wiggins, Edgar Morales the jockey. Tale of Mona, 3-year-old filly by Tale of the Cat, out of Noble Charlotte by Include, bred in Kentucky by Jack Swain. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 48.1 seconds. First race results official. 15634, the official results for Keeneland's first. Keeneland's second race upcoming. A reminder, we are off the turf. All 8 races today will be contested on the main track, which is listed fast. Race 2 features double and pick 3 wagering. Starts the early pick 4 as well. Scratch part of entry number 1, Sunny Isle Beach. Scratch part of entry 2B, Algebraic. And scratch the 7-2 Worlds. Again, scratch part of entry number 1, Sunny Isle Beach. Scratch part of entry 2B, Algebraic. And scratch the 7-2 Worlds. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on this second race. Looking ahead to the third race, a reminder, race 3 comes off the turf, goes 1 mile on the main track. That's race 3 off the turf, 1 mile on the main track. Scratch 6, McNally. Scratch 13, Cadencia. Scratch 14, Be Fast. Scratch 15, Liana. And scratch 16, Platinum Hallway. Again, scratch 6, McNally, as well as 13, 14, 15, and 16. There will be a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot on race 3 of $25,259. Fourth race, scratch the 5, Conformist. That's the fourth race, scratch the 5, Conformist. And looking ahead to the fifth race, scratch the 7, Prompt. That's race 5, scratch the 7, Prompt. Main track is fast, all 8 races today to be contested on the main track.
20 minutes away from the second race here this afternoon. This race does start the early pick four, 50-cent minimum wager, a couple of scratches, two parts of the entry, or part of each of the entries, rather, are out. Sunny Isle Beach, the 1, as well as the 2B Algebraic. It's the 3 that is the current choice. That is Kochki for Steve Asmussen, looking for 2 wins in a row. I'm going to stay with the 2-horse and trust Tane Kabisky keeping the right one in here, because I think that if Algebraic was in this spot, he would have contended for favoritism. Right now, you're getting 9-2 on Press Snooze, a horse that was debuted at Belterra Park back in mid-July, came back in August to win at Colonial on the turf course, and shows back up onto the main track here this afternoon to go 6.5 furlongs. That's going to be key. Who wants to truly go this far off of the sprints that most of these horses have put forth? And there he is on his toes, the son of Congrats, a Keeneland graduate from 2019 that is a winner from just 2 starts. So 9-2, I'll take another swing here with Press News in race number 2. The number 3 horse is the obvious one in here. That is Kochki for Ackerley Brothers Farm, the son of Frosted, who's run 2 good races. His debut was not bad in a quick run race going 5/8. He finished 4th, beaten just 2 1/4. Steve dropped him in for 50, and he's not forcing the issue here today. And as they always come out of the Steve Asmussen barn, they always have that classic look to them with the braided mane. Looks fantastic, does the son of Frosted. The one negative for him is that he draws the rail. He's going to have to be sharp away from there, and he was on debut. But how often have we said how difficult it is to win here at Keeneland Racecourse from the rail? So we'll see if he's able to overcome that this afternoon. And then the number 4 horse, Passageway for Chris Hartman. Winner at Churchill for 15, steps him up to 40 here today. I just don't see Hartman wasting a race. He knows who's going to show up in this race, and if he feels that this horse fits, then he's going to go with it. Otherwise, he would have went elsewhere and looked for lesser competition away from Keeneland. So this is a situation, Gabby, where I'm just trusting Chris Hartman and the success that he has had here at Keeneland. We've seen him put together quite a meet during this fall meet, and I'd say the highlight was that turf sprint that he sprung the upset at, 47-1?
Mm-hmm. Something like that. Yeah, no, they definitely knows how to put his horses in the right places. So a good price right there on that particular horse. The 3, Kochki, is going to be my top pick. It's a logical pick. This horse won a maiden $50,000 race at Churchill last time out. He rated nicely. I thought it was a big improvement from his first to second race. He was kind of on the engine in his first race with an inside draw at Ellis Park against maiden special weight competition, and he came back to be a professional last time out and got up to win as the favorite. I think this son of Frosted can take another step forward. This is an aggressive spot for trainer Steve Asmussen. The only thing I don't like is that with all of the scratches, and in particular the scratch of the 1, Sunny Isle Beach, he does draw the rail, so he'll have to overcome that. But I still think he is the best in terms of class. The 4, Passageway, Scott was mentioning, this horse, yes, he did win a maiden $15,000 race last time out, but the Beyer speed figure is pretty much equivalent to what he faces here today. So although it may look like a step up in class, I really do think that this is more of a lateral move, especially with some of the scratches like the one in the 2B Algebraic. So this horse just is logical in considering his last and most recent event. The number 2, Press News, will be the 3rd selection. I guess it's encouraging and probably a vote of confidence that this horse does stay in, whereas the 2B Algebraic did scratch for trainer Tane Kabisky. He was impressive last time out, but what upgraded that performance? Was it just race experience? Was it the drop in class, or was it the turf? But he did go wire to wire at 5.5 furlongs on the turf at Colonial. He did get a lot of things going on, or he did have a lot of things going on in that race. He had the addition of blinkers, the addition of LASIK. So it's hard to know what exactly improved him, but I do think he's probably going to be a pace factor in here, and he is on the board at 9-2. So 3, 4, 2, the top 3 selections for me, as we are 16 minutes out from race 2, the start of the early pick 4. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's second race. Double and pick 3 wagering started the early pick 4. Scratch part of entry, number 1, Sunny Isle Beach. Scratch part of entry, 2B Alge Break. Scratch 7, 2 Worlds. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on race 2. But again, double pick 3 and early pick 4 wagering here. Claiming race, 2-year-olds, $40,000 the price, 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track. A reminder, all races today at Keeneland are on the main track. We are off the turf. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from race number 2 here at Keeneland. Again, 2-year-olds going 6.5 furlongs in Eagle Eye, making a nice appearance when he came out onto the track. This is a filly by Wicked Strong. As she tackles the boys, she gets a bit of a weight break. She's carrying 3 pounds less than her male counterparts, so she'll carry 116 pounds. And Wesley Ward, this is his game, 2-year-olds here at Keeneland. She broke her maiden on debut for $16,000 for Ken and Sarah Ramsey, and now jumps up to 40. One that I think you've got to consider. She draws outside. Gerardo Corrales gets the opportunity here today as he broke her maiden on debut. So good price, 9-2 now on Eagle Eye. The number 2 horse, Press Snooze. The colt looked well for Dane Kabisky. Broke his maiden last time out. I thought that sitting at 4-1 right now. Looking at the favorite, by no means is he any less inferior from a physical standpoint than that of the 3, who's just to his outside. You can see him warming up right now. That's Kochke. He's a compact colt by Frosted, so we'll see if 6.5 furlongs is his game here this afternoon after breaking his maiden going 6, coming from just off the pace. He looks wonderful, though, does Kochke, as he sits at odds of even money. 1-1 is what Kochke sits at, the son of Frosted. And then the 5 horse, high IQ for Rudy Brisset. This colt might be the best looking in this group, in my opinion. He's got the build that looks like 6.5 is not going to be an issue whatsoever. We'll see if he gets outrun early on. That would be the concern with the 5 horse high IQ. But he's a good price, 6-1 right now, with Tyler Gaffleone in the saddle. Hasn't been seen in a couple of months since debuting at Belterra Park in Ohio. But from a looks perspective, 6-1 might be worth chasing here in the opener. Does start the early pick 4, race number 2, Keeneland.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's second race. Start of the all-main track, early pick 4. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Press Snooze out running for the early lead. Passageway has speed up toward the outside. Tchotchke is right there down toward the inside, up close in the opening strides as well. Press Snooze between horses has the lead and neck. Passageway is right alongside. Tchotchke going to back away from that front pair along the rail and travel along early on here in third by a half length. High IQ fourth on the outside. The filly Eagle Eye is in fifth to the far turn. Scorsese is last of the 6. Press Snooze and Passageway, 1-2, separated by just a neck. Opening quarter went in 22.54 seconds. There's High IQ moving up third around the outside of Tchotchke, who's now back to the fourth position. Eagle Eye is in fifth. Scorsese last of the 6 around the far turn. Passageway ahead in front. Press News tries to respond to the inside. High IQ joins them from third. Now Tchotchke starts to pick up the leaders, looking for some running room off the far turn. Hasn't found it yet. Has to take up, change lanes, and go to the far outside for clear running. Tchotchke switching toward the far outside. High IQ in the meantime has taken the lead from Passageway, but here comes Tchotchke. Tchotchke is starting to stride forward on the outside, and once Tchotchke had clear running, it was over. Tchotchke drawing clear for Ricardo Santana Jr. Tchotchke to win it over High IQ home second. Passageway was third, and then Eagle Eye and Press Snooze.
2 races today. We've seen both winners come from off the pace, and this was all about just getting Tchotchke off the rail and into the clear, as he had to move 4 paths off the rail to find that clear sailing, and he finally kicks on easily at 8-5.
Yeah, he's out pretty much in the center of the racetrack, making his rally in the late stages of the race under Ricardo Santana Jr. The 5 high IQ ultimately finishing second, but a good performance pressing the pace early. 3-5-4, the favorite gets the job done in the second.
Photo for fourth, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's second race. 3, Tchotchke was first. 5, High IQ was second. 4, Passageway third. 1A, Eagle Eye fourth. 3-5-4, 1A, unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's second race, the unofficial winner, 3, Tchotchke, owned by Ackerley Brothers Farm of Robert and Lee Ackerley, trained by Steve Asmussen, Ricardo Santana Jr., the jockey. Tchotchke, a 2-year-old son of Frosted, out of One for Jim by Distorted Humor, bred in Kentucky by Glory Days Breeding Incorporated. 6.5 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 18.13 seconds, and the results are official. 3-5-4, 1A. The official results for Keeneland second. Keeneland's third race upcoming. Double and pick 3 wagering. Start of the pick 6. No carryover. We are off the turf today. All races will be contested on the fast main track. This third race off the turf, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race 3 off the turf, 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 6 McNally. Also scratch 13 through 16. Again, scratch the 6 McNally. Also scratch 13 through 16. Carryover for the Super High 5, $25,259. That's the jackpot carryover. Looking ahead to the fourth race, scratch the 5 Conformist. That's the fourth race, scratch the 5 Conformist. Race 5, scratch the 7 Prompt. Race 5, scratch the 7 Prompt. Sixth race, off the turf. It will go 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. That's the sixth race, off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. scratch 3 Sea Dream, and scratch 5 Golden Curl. Again, scratch 3 Sea Dream and scratch 5 Golden Curl. As a result of those scratches, no super high 5 on the 6th. Featured 7th race has no changes. 8th and final race, off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16, main track. That's the 8th and final race, off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16 on the main track. Scratch the 2 Margaret's Joy, scratch 3 Leah Chase, and scratch 6 Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2 Margaret's Joy, 3 Leah Chase, and 6 Tell Her to Sing.
20 minutes from the start of the Pick Six here today on this Wednesday card at Keeneland Racecourse. It'll start with an off-the-turf event. No turf racing here today at Keeneland Racecourse. And this is a 2-year-old filly maiden race, maiden special weight. They will now go a mile on the main track. And we're looking right now at Tis Splendid News, the daughter of McLean's Music, for trainer Wesley Ward, a filly that debuted on the turf at Kentucky Downs. Ran a very good race going 6.5 furlongs. And here today, with the race coming off the turf, Wesley opting to keep her in. Not surprising, McLean's Music, known mostly for his runners on the dirt course, and this filly comes from a Tis Now mare by the name of Tis News. So you can see why this filly's getting the action that she is. She's got a good draw. She's got good speed from that debut at Kentucky Downs. She's got a race under her belt. She's got a pedigree to suggest that she'll be all right on the dirt, and she's got that man calling the shots, Wesley Ward, 8-5 right now. Tis Splendid News. Good price, in my opinion, against this big group of runners. The number 3 horse is Dame of Malta, daughter of Union Rags, so dirt pedigree here. I think the motivation for Arnold Delacour to try her on turf first time out was more on the dam side because Busy Caroline was a 2-time graded stakes winner on turf. But with the Union Rags pedigree and the look that she possesses, no reason to think that debuting on the main track will be an issue at all. 15-1, a big price on this daughter of Union Rags, Dame of Malta. And then the 7-horse Persevering to the outside, a filly by Ironicus, who was debuted at Kentucky Downs. I think the added distance will aid this filly here today. And she's a half-sister to Working for Hops, a graded stakes winner up in Chicago. Julian Leperoux gets the call here on this filly, so look for her to take a step forward at odds of 6-1. So I see it as the public sees it, Gabby, at least on the top end with Tis Splendid News.
I see it the same way as well, as this filly is 8-5 right now. Not only does she have a pedigree to suggest she'll be just fine on the main track, you mentioned, Scott, she's by McLean's Music. She has the Tis Now influence on the bottom side of the pedigree too. But her first race was very good. I think she's actually a filly that has some talent. So whatever surface she's on, I think she can maybe pull through. On top of that, she was very quick out of the gate. So I'm thinking that with the added distance to the mile today, she could very well run the rest of the field off their feet and take the field gate to wire with that inside draw. The number 11 horse, Madame Ready, first-time starter for trainer Steve Asmussen. I like this filly in second, basing my opinion on her pedigree, but also some of her workouts. I think they've been very quick. Now, I'm not crazy about the post draw, way out there, but there is at least one scratch to help her move in one draw here. But, you know, the mile is a tricky distance on the main track. It's a short run into that first turn, especially with a first-time starter with an outside draw. She's really going to have to be much the best, I think, in order to overcome that post position. But she is a filly that's bred to handle the main track, 2-year-old filly by More Than Ready. And some of her workouts have been quite impressive, especially her workout 2 back on the 5th of October, 5 furlongs and 59-2 coming out of the gate. She looks like she's been working forwardly at Ellis Park over the summer as well. Speaking to some horsemen, you know, horsemen love especially 2-year-olds, training their 2-year-olds at Ellis. It just seems like it's a really good surface to get horses prepared and ready to go. So that's the case with this filly, as she's coming into this race, though, with her two most recent workouts have been here at Keeneland. And then the number 3, Dame of Malta. I actually kind of like her pedigree a little bit better for the main track. She's by Union Rags, and she's out of an Affleet Alex mare. And she definitely looks like distance is preferred for her. Whether or not she'll be able to do well in her first start, we will find out. But she looks like, at least from a pedigree standpoint, I haven't been able to get a good close look at her yet, but from a pedigree standpoint, it looks like a distance of ground will be preferred, and I don't mind her pedigree for the main track here today. But they're 2-year-olds. Who knows what will happen? I do know that the 2, Tis Splendid News, looks fantastic in the paddock, and I think she's going to be the pace of the race. Unfortunately, she is 3-2, and she will likely go off as your heavy favorite here in the upcoming third. Good luck.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's third, the Mulholland Springs. Maiden special weight 2-year-old fillies. This race comes off the turf, goes 1 mile over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Scratch the 6, McNally. Also scratch 13 through 16. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the pick 6, no carryover. A reminder, we are off the turf. All the Keeneland races today will be contested on the main track, which is listed fast. There is a carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $25,259. Post time in 7 minutes.
Six minutes away from this group of 2-year-old fillies going a route of ground now on the main track, and the favorite Tis Splendid News keyed up on her toes in a good way as she came out here onto the course and remains that way for trainer Wesley Ward. So you've got to expect that she'll be speedy away from the starting gate as she was in her first race at Kentucky Downs. The number 4 horse Cardio Version, a daughter of Lookin' at Lucky, she looked well enough. This is a filly that debuted sprinting. She looks like a filly that should be able to handle the route of ground here this afternoon. She certainly has the pedigree for it by Lookin' at Lucky out of a Royal Academy mare. So watch out for Cardio Version, perhaps stepping up today at odds of 9-1 on the main track. The number 7 horse Persevering, another one that looked well. Really liked the way that this horse looks for the route of ground that this filly's going to be asked here to go today. 6-1 right now on Persevering for Nursery Place. The daughter of Ironicus for Reeve McGahee and Julian LePeroux will ride her back as he rode her back on the 15th of September. And then finally, one that really looked top-notch out there. This is a good-looking group of fillies. It's hard to really separate them on a looks perspective. It is the number 10 horse as you're taking a look right now at the 11, Madam Ready, but the 10 at 5-1, Lady Blankly for Arnaud Delacour. She debuted on the turf course at Laurel. Then they tried her on the main track at Pimlico. Race washed off the turf. That was just under a month ago. So we'll see how she fares today. I thought that she made quite an appearance coming out there. And looking at the pick 3 Will Pays, she's actually favored over the 11 horse by a couple of dollars. And you can see there's a bit of separation between them on the tote board right now in the win pools, 5-1 versus 9-2. So she took some play in the first pick 3 of the day, which started back in race number 1. Always a strong indicator of where the money is expected to go, and something that you can take a look at in trying to find some good prices in the win odds is taking a look at the double Will Pays, the pick 3 Will Pays, obviously pick 4 and pick 5 Will Pays once we get to that point. But a nice looking group, nothing shocking as far as the wagering though on the front end, with 7-5 being the shortest number on Tis Splendid News for trainer Wesley Ward. 4 minutes to post.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's third race, start of the pick 6. Race 3 at 1 mile on the main track to start an all-main track pick 6. First wire, they are at the post. Persevering, fractious in the gate. Settles down. Ready for a start. They're off. Tis Splendid News and Madame Ready. Those two have early speed. They come out to the front of the opening strides. Menzel comes away running in third. Persevering up toward the outside. Cardioversion sneaks up down toward the rail around the first turn. Tis Splendid News is the leader. Tis Splendid News, 1 lane off the rail, leads it by a length. Cardioversion second ahead. Madame Ready, third up on the outside. Menzel fourth against the rail. Persevering fifth on her outside. Lady Blakeney goes sixth toward the outside. Somble Juiced is seventh back toward the rail. And then Darley Mingan, 8th. Dame of Malta is in 9th. Excessive Lady is 10th for the move up the backstretch. Nota Bene, last of the 11, opening quarter, 23.22 seconds. Tis Splendid News is the leader by a length up the backstretch. Cardioversion is second by just ahead. Madame Ready, third up on the outside. Gap of 2 more lengths, Persevering just outside of Menzel. And then Somble Juiced and Lady Blakeney. That first half mile was 47.87 seconds. Over to the far turn they go. Tis Splendid News, the leader. 'Tis Splendid News leads by a length and a half. Madame Ready second on the outside by 3/4 of a length. And then Cardio Version is traveling in third toward the rail. Gap of 6. Lady Blakeney has gone to fourth, but has ground to make up from there as they come for the top of the short stretch. Then Dame of Malta, who's 8 lengths from the lead. Turning for home, 'Tis Splendid News, a 4-length lead coming toward the 8th pole. And then Madame Ready, who's trying to reel her in or at least hang on for second. Gap of 5 more, Dame of Malta, and then Somble Juiced in fourth toward the inside. 'Tis Splendid News, much the best here. It is all 'Tis Splendid News, and Gerardo Corrales is going to be close for second. Either Dame of Malta with that late rush or Madame Ready, and then behind that pair, Somble Juiced was fourth.
Sometimes it can be an easy game, and that was an easy one for 'Tis Splendid News as she ran to her debut. Gabby broke sharp, never took any pressure, and never looked back in the end for Wesley Ward.
Yeah, she is very, very fast today and under confident handling coming down the stretch here under Gerardo Corrales. Congratulations to the Connections. A 2-year-old filly by McLean's Music, an easy winner here in the third.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's third race. 2, 'Tis Splendid News first. 11, Madame Ready was second. 3, Dame of Malta third. 9, Somble Juiced fourth. And 4, Cardio Version fifth. 2, 11, 3, 9, 4. Unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's third, the Mulholland Springs, the unofficial winner, number 2, 'Tis Splendid News, owned by Toshiaki Shirai, trained by Wesley Ward. Gerardo Corrales, the winning jockey. 'Tis Splendid News, a 2-year-old filly by McLean's Music out of 'Tis News by 'Tis Now. Bred in Kentucky by Hillendale Equine Holdings Incorporated. Off the turf, 1 mile over the fast main track in 1 minute 39.76 seconds. We apologize for the tote delay in making race 3 official. And race 3 is now official, 2:11.394. The official results for Keeneland's third race. Keeneland's fourth race upcoming, double and pick 3 wagering started the late pick 5. We are off the turf, all races today on the main track. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $31,642. In race 4, scratch the 5 conformist. Scratch the 5 conformist. Looking ahead to the fifth race, a reminder, scratch the 7 prompt. That's the fifth race, scratch the 7 prompt. Race 6 off the turf, a mile and a 16th main track. That's race 6 off the turf. It'll go a mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch 3, Sea Dream, and scratch 5, Golden Curl. Again, scratch 3, Sea Dream, and scratch 5, Golden Curl. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 on race 6. Featured 7th has no changes. Looking to the 8th and final race. Race 8 off the turf, it goes a mile and 3/16 on the main track. It's race 8 off the turf, a mile and 3/16 main track. Scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. And scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2, Margaret's Joy, 3, Leah Chase, and 6, Tell Her to Sing.
More two-year-old action on this Wednesday card. This is a group of maidens running for a $30,000 tag, and they'll be asked to go 6 furlongs. This race does start the late pick 5, with the 8th race being the final race today here at Keeneland Racecourse. And Heart Rhythm is 2-1 right now, co-favored, or is favored over the one horse Slightly Bump, the first-time starter for Brad Cox. But here's a colt that comes into this race with 4 runs under his belt. He's run good races just about each and every time, minus the stakes try in which they threw him up against the tough group led by Pico d'Oro at Ellis Park at the beginning of August. But prior to that, he debuted on the turf course with a second-place finish, then was third at Indiana Grand after that failed run against Stakes Company, and then his most recent race was solid enough to finish third, going 5.5 furlongs. I think the added distance will be a benefit for him here today, going 6 furlongs. And last April, we were introduced to Cirilio Gorostieta with 2-year-old runners. He's done well with his young horses, so you've got to respect this barn here at Keeneland. He'll take the blinkers off, this colt, with the outside draw, and Edgar Morales, the jockey, looking for his second win today at Keeneland. So the 8, Heart Rhythm, my top play with the experience and the solid runs that we've seen from the son of Flat Out. Then you go to Bump, the number 1 horse, the son of Orb, for Brad Cox and Vineyard Racing. The rail draw is not ideal, but it's Florent Giroux and it's Brad Cox. I mean, we're at a point right now during this meet where you cannot ignore anything that these two are teaming up with, and this is the latest version of Brad Cox and Florent Giroux with this colt, son of Orb. We'll see how he does with the inside post, but 2-1, not surprised he's taking attention in this spot. And then finally, Snowblind for Bloom Racing, a not this time colt who takes a drop in class. It's pretty straightforward, Gabby. He ran against much faster horses. He's running against slower horses today with the class relief, so he'll perform better. And at 7-2, looks well down there for trainer Steve Asmussen.
Ditto, Scott. I landed on the same 3 horses as you did, and pretty much for all of the same reasons. I think Heart Rhythm is well posted to the outside. I see no problem with him getting 6 furlongs. He's got stamina underneath of him, or he's got experience and stamina most likely. Blinkers coming off. He drops to the $30,000 level after a decent performance against maiden special weight competition last time out. He's just logical. If he can run back to his last race, that will put him in the winner's circle. The number 1 horse, Bump, you have to respect this horse from the connections alone. A 2-year-old son of Orb, debuting for Brad Cox, Florent Giroux, and the Irons here as well. Maiden claiming debuters, not really Brad Cox's strong suit, but he is having a sensational meet. If he goes shorter than 2-1, I would probably play against him just because lower stats with maiden claiming debuters, rail draw at 6 furlongs. Some of these things are not ideal, but for obvious reasons, he is a major contender. And then the 4, Snowblind, for trainer Steve Asmussen, comes back to the main track and drops in class. He has faced decent horses in his last 2, so I would think that this is a big drop in class for him, but he's going to have to show a little bit more speed coming out of the gate. He hasn't really picked up his feet in either of those efforts, and I just am not sure that the pace will come back to him here today. So hopefully with the drop in class, he can be involved a bit earlier. Number 4, Snowblind, my 3rd selection at 7-2. 8-1-4 for me in race 4, 13 minutes away from this upcoming 4th.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's fourth race. Maiden claiming race, 2-year-olds, a $30,000 claiming price. 6 furlongs over the fast main track. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 5. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $31,642. Scratch the 5 conformist. Again, scratch 5 conformist. A reminder, we are off the turf today, so this will begin an all main track late pick 5. Post time at 8 minutes.
Seven minutes away from 2-year-old racing here at Keeneland Racecourse. This maiden 30, and we'll start with the one-horse Bump for Vineyard Racing. He is a glorious-looking son of Orb. He's on the bigger side, in my opinion. I worry even more so about the inside draw for him and being able to break sharply away from there going 6 furlongs. But this is where Brad Cox has opted to debut him. We'll see how he fares with this inside post and Florent Giroux. The number 2 horse, Giants Gateway. He was revved up and ready to go when he came out onto the course. He adds blinkers. Maybe we'll see more speed from this colt because he was not in the race whatsoever on debut. With the addition of blinkers, though, and the way that he's acting out here, his attitude, his revved up attitude, wouldn't be surprised if Chris Landeros is able to get this horse in the mix, especially if Bump is not sharp away from the starting gate. And then the 8 horse on the outside, Heart Rhythm, much like the one, looked tremendous out there. And he's a colt that takes blinkers off. We'll see what Cirilio Goristieta is going to do here with this horse if they're going to try to get him to relax and come around horses. We've seen horses come from off the pace and run late in these races, minus that Wesley Ward winner who went wire to wire in race number 3. So the track is playing very fair this afternoon after the rain that we got over the last couple of days here in Lexington that has forced us to abandon turf racing here this afternoon. But a good-looking group, and Heart Rhythm just clicking down to 4-5. So a significant chunk of change coming in his direction into the win pools as we're 6 minutes away from race number 4, which begins the late pick 5 for 50 cents.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's fourth race, start of the all-main track, late pick 5. They are at the post. They're off. Coach Awesome was off a step slowly. There goes Heart Rhythm for the lead. Smooth Music has early speed as well. Heart Rhythm from the outside. Smooth Music moves up to the inside. These two on even terms here early on. Giants Gateway comes away running in third. Southern Will is fourth alongside of that one. Break of 3 back to Snowblind, who's fifth as they head for the far turn, fifth by a half length. Coach Awesome is drawing alongside of that one from sixth, and Bump is last of the 7. Opening quarter went in 23.06 seconds. It is Smooth Music, the leader around the far turn, 3/4 of a length. Heart Rhythm is second by 2 lengths. Southern Will is third by a length and a half. And then comes Giants Gateway, who's in fourth. Snowblind is still fifth and still 10 from the front, along with Coach Awesome, and Bump is still last. Smooth Music is the leader by 2.5 lengths coming to the 8th pole. Heart Rhythm is second by 4. Southern Will is in third. Here comes Heart Rhythm chasing down Smooth Music, and now Heart Rhythm puts a head in front, now draws clear past the 16th pole. Heart Rhythm, 2 wins today for Edgar Morales. Heart Rhythm with quite a closing kick to win it. Smooth Music was home second. Southern Will was third. And then further back, Bump rallied up for fourth, around Snowblind fifth.
Heart Rhythm does it from just off the pace as the pace setter Smooth Music for a point here, Gabby. Didn't look like he was going to come back to the 3, but right about this point is when you can see that the jock had to really get down and didn't get much of a response from the 3 horse, and it was Morales able to pick this horse up from off the pace, Heart Rhythm, to give the victory to Cirillo Gorostieta.
Yeah, exactly. The 3 started to fade, but the 8 Heart Rhythm just kept on maintaining despite being on the wrong lead coming down the stretch. A win is a win, and he was much the best here in race 4 at 4-5. The 8 Heart Rhythm with a victory 8-3-6 here in the 4th.
Photo for 4th. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's 4th race. 8 Heart Rhythm first. 3 Smooth Music second. 6 Southern Will third. 1 Bump was 4th, and 4 Snowblind 5th. 8-3-6-1-4 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 4th race, the unofficial winner, number 8 Heart Rhythm, owned by CG Racing Stable LLC of trainer Cirillo Gorostieta, owned also by Terrazas Thoroughbreds LLC of Eduardo Terrazas. The jockey is Edgar Morales, his 2nd win on the card. Heart Rhythm, a 2-year-old son of Flat Out of Nothing But Heart by Officer, bred in Kentucky by Terrazas Thoroughbreds LLC. 6 furlongs over the fast main track, 1 minute 11.33 seconds. Fourth race results official, 8-3-6-1-4, the official results for Keeneland's 4th. Keeneland's 5th race upcoming. Again, we are off the turf. All races on the main track today. A reminder, race 5 will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering start of the late pick 4. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $33,064. In race 5, scratch the 7 prompt. Race 5, scratch the 7 prompt. 6th race off the turf, mile and a 16th, main track. 6th race off the turf, mile and a 16th, main track. Scratch 3, Sea Dream. Scratch 5, Golden Curl. Again, scratch 3, Sea Dream, and scratch 5, Golden Curl. As a result of those scratches, no Super High 5 on the 6th. Featured 7th race has no changes at this time. 8th and final event, off the turf, mile and 3/16 main track. That's the 8th race, off the turf, a mile and 3/16 main track. Scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. And scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2, Margaret's Joy, 3, Leah Chase, and 6, Tell Her to Sing.
It's late pick 4 time here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse, and we'll start with a mile and a 16th, $40,000 claimer, 3 and up. And this is a high-level group of $40,000 claimers. A lot of horses with some serious back class and coming off of strong performances, and those looking for a return to strong performances off of some subpar runs against tougher company. Intrepid Heart is one that is in good form. He cleared a 2 other than allowance race back on June 26th, and instead of forcing the issue into a 3 other than or a stake, Todd Pletcher ran him for $50,000 at Saratoga, and he was a winner on that afternoon. And now he shows up for $40,000, the son of Tappet. At one point in time, it looked like he was really going to turn out to be a nice runner. We saw him pick up his second lifetime win last year in front of a horse who we have seen win at a high level here this meet, High Crime, and that was sprinting on the turf course, this meet for High Crime. But I'm referencing that April 5th race here at Keeneland in 2019. He then would finish third to Global Campaign in the Peter Pan Stakes, and he was part of the Belmont Stakes at Belmont Park last season, in which was taken by the upset winner Sir Winston. But after that, he just was unable to rediscover that sort of form that we saw from him up until that 2 other than allowance race, but Pletcher willing to run him for $50,000. So just being aggressive with him, I think that, again, if he fires his best shot, he will win this race at a short price of 1-2, and I trust that he will be firing his best shot given the fact that he's being wheeled back for a tag here today. Jungle Warfare is the one horse and my second choice, a son of Animal Kingdom. I'm leaning on that Segoy victory last time out, the race in which this gelding comes out of, when Segoy came out of that race to go wire to wire here on Saturday in a distance route race where it was a question whether or not he could get the distance here at Keeneland on the turf course. So bit of class relief for this gelding. We've seen him win on the dirt in the past for John Sadler and Jerry Hollendorfer. So Diodoro going to drop him in class here today, one of the more aggressive barns that we have in North America in spotting their runners. And then finally, the number 4 horse at 10-1. It's amazing to see this horse at 10-1 because there would be a point in time where he would be first or second choice, undoubtedly, Gabby Gaudette. But those last 3 races are tough to get past. But dropping in class for Richard Baltus, maybe this wakes him up because at one point in time, he was a very good handicap horse out on the West Coast running second to midcourt, third to midcourt in graded stakes company between Del Mar and Santa Anita.
He's certainly feeling good. As you were talking there, Scott, he's let out a couple of bucks after they put the saddle on, so he's ready to go. 10-1, I think, is a very fair price on this horse. Yes, his last race was not great, but his back form is definitely there, so we'll see if he can wake up at the $40,000 level today. The 3 Lone Rock is where I go to at 7-1 for trainer Robertino Diodoro. Now, Diodoro sends out 2 horses. Scott prefers the 1 Jungle Warfare. I prefer the 3 Lone Rock, primarily because David Cohen is aboard, and Robertino Diodoro and David Cohen have teamed up to win 5 races so far at this meeting. And I think he just goes to, his number 1 rider on the most live horse here. He's got class as well. Now, I know his last race was not great, but his race 2 starts back at Saratoga was very good. This was when he claimed him for $40,000 off of trainer Bill Mott. He finished second to Pete's Play Call, who had the upper hand because he was the pace of the race, and he just could not quite catch him. But it was a good race nonetheless. So I think this is a logical move. You claim him for $40,000. You try 2 other than allowance competition, hoping to improve the horse. If that doesn't pan out, you drop him back down to the $40,000 level. Now, the question is whether or not he's most effective at a mile and a 16th, or is he better at sprint distances? I think he's just as capable going a distance of ground. He's a 3-time winner at this particular distance, and he has back class going a bit farther in the past, too. He even ran in the Stymie, going a mile at Aqueduct. He ran 4th to Diamond King. He competed in the Grade 3 General George at one point, 7/8 at Laurel against Firenze Fire. So, yeah, he's definitely got the back class, and I think this is a sharp combination, especially when you're getting 7-1 on him. The 2 Intrepid Heart, he's the horse to beat. He's the class of the race. And he, makes a lateral move here. He just won for $50,000, back in for $40,000. He's a horse that's just maintained. Even his race 2 starts back at Churchill Downs and 2 other than allowance race would definitely put him in the winner's circle. So the layoff, it's not been that many months. It's only been since the beginning of August. I think he is definitely the horse to beat. I'm just hoping that the 3 Lone Rock can improve second off the claim, but you have to respect this horse when you're constructing those late pick 4 tickets. And then finally, the 5 Mitres Por Ciento. This horse stumbled coming out of the gate last time out, and that was in a 2 other than allowance race in which he was 4-1 in. So it's a little confusing to see him in for the $40,000 tag today. I wouldn't say that that's a vote of confidence, but still, if you look at his race 2 starts back, that would put him in contention with this race. I don't think he should mind going a distance of ground. I know that was a question before his last race, handicapping that mile in a 16th race, but at this level, I really think he should be able to pull it off with Tyler Gaffalione and Mike Maker. Talking about a potent duo, they've definitely teamed up for some wins so far during the meet. The 5, Me Trace Porciento on the board at 6-1. 3, 2, 5 for me, the top 3 in race 5, as this race does kick off that late pick 4. Good luck if you're playing.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 5th claiming race, $40,000 the price, 3-year-olds and up. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double pick 3 and start of the late pick 4. All races today on the main track. We are off the turf here at Keeneland. A reminder, scratch the 7 prompt. Number 7 prompt is scratched. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $33,064. Post time at 8 minutes.
7 minutes out from race 5. Coming up next, start of the late pick 4 sequence, and we're looking at the number 2, Intrepid Heart, who is your 3 to 5 favorite right now on the board, and rightly so. This horse is the class of the field. It was only last year that he was competing in the Grade 1 Belmont Stakes, a good third-place finisher against Global Campaign in the Grade 3 Peter Pan as well. And as of late, obviously, he hasn't panned out, but he is competitive at this level. He just won for $50,000, and this is a lateral move for $40,000, and he does look really good on the racetrack. I'm happy that Ricardo Santana is giving him a good warm-up. He is a little bit on the warmer side, but I don't think that that is a negative. This is a horse that's been training up at Saratoga. His most recent workouts have come at Saratoga, and he's shipping here to Keeneland where it's warm. It is unseasonably warm right now, so I actually think it's a good sign to see some of these horses getting a lather and sweating. It just means that their coolant system is working today. The 2, Intrepid Heart, definitely a worthy favorite. Now the 4, 235 is on the board at 7-1. I actually really like this horse. I mentioned he was sharp in the paddock. They put the saddle on, and he was bucking and kicking and feeling really good. And it's kind of the same situation here with him on the main track, or on the front side, getting a warm-up in. He just looks bright. He looks like he's got a lot of energy, and hopefully he can have a little bit of a reversal in form. This is a big drop in class for him. His race 2 starts back was tough. He went against CZ Rocket, Coppertown, graded stakes quality horses. And on top of that, I actually think his last 2 races have built him to be able to go this 1 16th distance, which I think he's better around 2 turns. So getting to preferred conditions, the 4, 235 made a nice appearance on track. Scott, did you have any final thoughts for this upcoming race?
I spoke to Grant Forster, the trainer of the number 6 horse, Harvey Wallbanger, asked him why he claimed him. And this is a tried and true angle when it comes to claiming operations. He said, we're claiming him for his back class. This is a horse that was a stakes winner at the age of 3 last year in 2019. So looking to get him to reverse form, just a change in scenery. Sometimes a change in program can perk a horse up. And I asked him any reason to believe that there would be any change in tactics. He goes, he's a horse that likes to come from off the pace. And Corey Lannery is very familiar with riding this horse. He was with him for his last victory at Gulfstream earlier this season, and he said that Corey mentioned to him that he's a horse that likes to get brave when he's down on the inside, likes to be back behind horses on the inside of horses. He's one of those horses that gets him going, gets the engine revved a little bit more. So we'll see what he's able to do. Grant Forster has had a really nice season, striking at 27%. He's claimed a handful of horses, and he's won 33% first off the claim. So you can't ignore the program that is clicking for Grant Forster over in Louisville, as Harvey Wallbanger is now under the care of Grant Forster, and he sits at 8-1. Good race coming up. It is the 5th race, which does start the late pick 4 for 50 cents.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 5th race. Start of the all-main track, late pick 4. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes 235 along with Lone Rock. Lone Rock now goes to the lead. Here's me, Trace Porciento, moving up from the far outside from third into second as they head for the first turn. Lone Rock is down toward the rail with the lead. Me, Trace Porciento right alongside in the second position by a length and a half. 235, a close-up third, tucked away toward the inside third, and Next Street to Indy is alongside that one in fourth. Gap of 4 more lengths back to Intrepid Heart in fifth. Jungle Warfare, who is in sixth, and a break of 5 more to Harvey Wallbanger, who is seventh and last here early on. 23.84 seconds was the time for the opening quarter. Battle for the lead continues. Me, Trace Porciento puts ahead in front. Lone Rock still there toward the inside, second by just over a length. And then Street to Indy, third by a head to the outside of 235, who's fourth back toward the rail. Gap of 5, Intrepid Heart is in fifth. Break of 2.5 more to Jungle Warfare, and 3 more back of that when Harvey Wallbanger last. It was 47.48 seconds, the time for the opening half mile. Lone Rock is the leader by 3/4 of a length now on the far turn. Me, Trace Porciento is still second, another length and a half to 235. A break of 4 more. Intrepid Heart at the quarter pole is still in fourth, 8 lengths off the lead. Harvey Wallbanger has nearly 10 to make up. They turn into the short stretch. Lone Rock chased by 235, but 3 lengths separate the top two. Break of 3 more back to Intrepid Heart in third in the final furlong. And here comes 235 trying to chase down Lone Rock. Intrepid Heart is third. Lone Rock is hanging tough. Lone Rock, David Cohen to win it. Close for second, either 235 or Intrepid Heart for that runner-up spot. Then further back, Trace Porciento was fourth.
Diodoro and Cohen striking again here at Keeneland, one of the many duos that we've seen had great success here. You could say Tyler Gaffalione and Mike Maker lead that division as far as jockey-trainer combinations. But as you pointed out, Gabby, if Diodoro's got 2 in a race, go to the one ridden by Cohen.
Exactly. The duo has teamed up for now 6 victories at the meet. And David Cohen with an aggressive ride, putting this horse in a forward position and having enough left to hold off the number 4, 235, who was closing late, as well as the 2, Intrepid Heart. A nice price if you liked him at 5-1 here in race 5.
Photo for place. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's fifth race. 3 Lone Rock was first. 4 235 was second. 2 Intrepid Heart was third. 5 Mitre Spor Santo was fourth. And 6 Harvey Wallbanger fifth. 3 4 2 5 6 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's fifth race, the unofficial winner, number 3 Lone Rock, owned by Flying P stable of Jason Provenzano, trained by Robertino Diodoro. The jockey is David Cohen. Lone Rock, a 5-year-old gelded son of Majestic Warrior, out of Ruby Lips by Hard Spun, bred in Kentucky by Town and Country Horse Farms, LLC, and Pollock Farms. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 43.38 seconds. Race 5, results official, 3-4-2-5-6, the official results for Keeneland's fifth race. At Keeneland, the early pick 5 today pays on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. Sixth race is coming up. Race 6 off the turf. It goes 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Race 6 off the turf, 1 mile and a 16th on the fast main track. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Double and pick 3 wagering starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Scratch number 3, Sea Dream, and scratch 5, Golden Curl. Again, scratch number 3, Sea Dream, and scratch 5, Golden Curl. No super high 5 on that sixth race. Featured seventh race has no changes. There will be a carryover for the super high 5 jackpot of $34,310. That's for the featured seventh race. Carryover for the super high 5 jackpot, $34,310. Eighth and final race off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16 main track. That's the eighth and final race off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16 main track. Scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. Scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2, Margaret's Joy, 3, Leah Chase, and 6, Tell Her to Sing. So here's Tale of Mona swinging to the far outside, trying to join the front pair. Illusionista fighting back in the final furlong. Tale of Mona's right there on the outside, and Patty K's wild between horses. Tale of Mona. Edgar Morales sweep up to win it. But here comes Tchotchke. Tchotchke is starting to stride forward on the outside, and once Tchotchke had clear running, it was over. Tchotchke drawing clear for Ricardo Santana Jr. Tchotchke to win it over High IQ home second. And then Madame Ready, who's trying to reel her in, or at least hang on for second. Gap of 5 more, Dame of Malta, and then Samble Juiced and fourth toward the inside. 'Tis Splendid News, much the best here. It is all 'Tis Splendid News, and Gerardo Corrales. Here comes Heart Rhythm, chasing down Smooth Music, and now Heart Rhythm puts a head in front, now draws clear past the 16th pole. Heart Rhythm, 2 wins today for Edgar Morales. Heart Rhythm with quite a closing kick to win it. Break of 3 more back to Intrepid Heart in third in the final furlong. And here comes 235 trying to chase down Lone Rock. Intrepid Heart is third. Lone Rock is hanging tough. Lone Rock, David Cohen to win it.
Race number 6 is off the turf course to be run at 1 mile and 1/16 on the main track, which is listed as fast. This is a second level allowance race for fillies and mares 3 and up. And right now the favorite is the number 7 horse, Carpe Venom, for Phil D'Amato off of her well-beaten effort against Micheline in the Dueling Ground Oaks. I'm going to go to the number 6 horse, though, and expect this filly to be ready to roll off the 8-month layoff for trainer Wesley Ward. That's Naughty Joker. Gerardo Corrales is in the saddle. I think that she is definitely a threat to go wire to wire in here with the speed that she's shown in the past on the main track. So, and she's even been quick on the synthetic track in her most recent starts. But this filly, coming into this spot here today, I think that she can control this race, which would certainly be an ideal spot to be in off of that 8-month layoff and not try to have to work late. Instead, just carve out a good amount of ground in front of these fillies and try to go on with it. That's my expectations with Naughty Joker here in this race. The number 2 horse, Past the Plate. She'll be the opposite. She'll be laying from well off the pace. She's run against some good horses. She's getting some class relief here. There's no doubt about it. Having run against Harvey's Little Goyle in the Regret Stakes 2 starts back, Finite in her last dirt start in the Silver Bullet Day at Fairgrounds earlier this year. So this is all about a class relief for the number 2 horse, Past the Plate, in this spot. And then I'll go with a big price in the 3rd slot. That's My Heart Sings. A filly by Kitten's Joy, who they keep on the main track. It's not often you see Kitten's Joys get the opportunity to compete on the main track. There have been very few of them in reality that have been very competitive. and top level runners. But coming down from Chicago, maybe they're just going to roll the dice because they've shipped all the way down here from Hawthorne Racecourse where this filly has been training. And we'll see what Adam Beschizza is able to do with My Heart Sings, sitting at 22-1. So, Gabby, I go with the 6, Wesley Ward, to pick up another victory here on the card with the number 6 horse.
Yeah, she definitely makes sense. And here I used her second. It's just a question of whether or not she's going to be fit enough to go the distance, but she definitely has dirt form in the past. So I do like her coming back to this surface today. The number 7 is where I land, though, as does the betting public. But, you know, there's still a lot of question marks with this filly. I don't think you have to question her class. She's been a little bit outclassed as of late. In the stakes race at Kentucky Downs recently, going against Micheline, Harvey's Little Goyle, Luck Money. I mean, those are graded stakes caliber types of fillies. And then in the Del Mar Oaks, you know, I don't know if she's grade 1 caliber at least yet. So, yes, the class is there, but it is a question of whether or not she's going to be as effective on the main track today. I think it's encouraging that Phil D'Amato does leave her in this spot. And physically, it looks like she might be able to handle this surface. She is a filly by Carpe Diem, so we'll see if she can get it done today. I do think that she's a filly that could be sitting mid-pack at this distance, at least ideally at a mile and a 16th. And then the 6 horse, Naughty Joker. She's tried the synthetic, sprinting, turf, going a distance of ground on the synthetic as well. But she finally comes back to the main track. The last time she was on the surface was on a sloppy sealed track at Churchill Downs, a race in which she broke her maiden. And that was 2 years ago. So this is a filly that's obviously had a tough time staying on track in the afternoons. And she is a filly that has a condition to her. So I guess the question is whether or not she will be 100% ready to go a mile and a 16th here today. But she is intriguing to me at 2-1. And then finally, the number 2, Past the Plate. She makes sense because she too is getting a bit of a class relief, but also she's got one race on the dirt. And there aren't many fillies or mares or fillies, excuse me, in here that have a lot of performances on the dirt. So you have to just kind of go with what's in front of you. And her last race on the main track was back at the fairgrounds earlier this year, where she was beaten just over 4 lengths in the Silver Bullet Day Stakes race. But that was against Finite. There were some really nice fillies in that race. So at least she's capable of competing on the dirt against high quality horses. I don't like that she hasn't shown any speed in some of her races as of late. And she's really going to have a lot of work to do by the time she gets to the top of the stretch. But the class is there, and she clearly is capable on the main track, as she showed back earlier in this year at the fairgrounds. So it'll be 7-6-2 for me. Pretty much all 3 of the betting public favorites in here, as well as the 7 is your heavy favorite, Carpe Venom, at 8-5.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 6th race, the Margot. An allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Race comes off the turf. It goes a mile and a 16th on the main track, which is listed fast. Race will finish in the short stretch at the first wire. Mile and a 16th main track. Scratch 3, Sea Dream. Scratch 5, Golden Curl. 3, Sea Dream, and 5, Golden Curl scratched. No super high 5 as a result. But there is double wagering, and this starts the last of the day's rolling pick 3s. Post time coming up in 7 minutes. A reminder to late pick 3 players, we are off the turf, so keep that in mind. Race 8 is off the turf as well. This pick 3 that gets underway in race 6, just as has been the case all day long, all main track. 7 minutes to post.
Taking a closer look at the field here as we're 5 minutes out from the 6th race, and there's a look at the 7 Carpe Venom, 2-1 on the board right now, and she is definitely a good feeling filly. You could see her just when we put her on camera that she was kind of throwing her head up. A lot of high energy here today. She has settled a bit now that she's on track, but what I've kind of observed from her too is her physicality, and obviously it's a question of whether or not she is going to be able to bring her turf form to the main track today. I actually don't mind her physically to handle the main track surface this afternoon. So, if she can, she's clearly very classy. She's a runner that's getting a class relief here today. So from a physical standpoint, I really don't think that it's going to be too big of an ask to try the main track today. We'll go to the 2 past the plate, who was just warming up on track for trainer Paul McGee. The issue with her is that she just doesn't have any early speed whatsoever, and she's been kind of kept with the pony today as well. She looks great in the flesh and on track. I just really wonder if she's going to just run out of real estate in the latter stages of this race. And then finally, we will get to the number 6, Naughty Joker. She is a filly that has not been seen since February of earlier this year. And I mentioned her physicality in the paddock is that she is just a filly that holds a lot of condition to her. She's big. She looks strong, especially in her hindquarters. She's got a big engine. I'm just wondering if the 1 1/16 is going to be okay for her off of this layoff. She looks like a filly that could even benefit from one race underneath of her belt. But overall, a very attractive filly on track here for trainer Wesley Ward. So a very tricky race. Not only are there a lot of turf horses in this race trying the new surface for the first time, or in the afternoon, I should say, but also the pace scenario. The most logical horse in here is the 7, who I don't know if she'll be able to show speed on the main track today, and then the 2 Past the Plate, who's your even money favorite right now, and she doesn't have any early speed. So we'll see if someone can maybe steal it on the front end. It's a very tricky race as we are 3 minutes out from the 6th race to kick off the final pick 3 of the day.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 6th race, the Margot, at 1 1/16 on the main track. First wire, they are at the post. They're off. There goes Naughty Joker, and there goes My Heart Sings. These two come to the front in the opening strides. Carpe Venum right there, third up on the far outside as they head for the first turn. My Heart Sings has a narrow lead, but is joined by Naughty Joker up front, who's there in second on the outside. My Heart Sings will save the ground from the inside starting spot, opens up by 2 lengths midway on the first turn. Naughty Joker second, 3/4 of a length. Carpe Venum caught wide around the turn, and third by a neck. And then Past the Plate, who's fourth toward the inside, get rewarded. Fifth between horses. Wildlife is last of the 6th, right there with the rest. Opening quarter went in 24.92 seconds. Back up front It is My Heart Sings who shows the way by 3/4 of a length. Naughty Joker goes second 3/4 of a length. Past the plate is third down toward the inside. Carpe Venum is fourth toward the far outside, now taking third by a head. Get Rewarded fifth in between that pair, and Wildlife brings up the back just over 3 lengths from the leader. And the leader is My Heart Sings, opening half mile 51.45 seconds. My Heart Sings leading Naughty Joker 3/4 of a length to the far turn. Carpe Venum is third up on the far outside. Then past the plate, Get Rewarded, Wildlife at the back. So it is My Heart Sings who continues to show the way coming to the quarter pole. Naughty Joker a length away in second, trying to do something about this leader now, and Carpe Venum tries to join the front pair as they turn for home. Past the plate is in behind horses, Wildlife, and then Get Rewarded at the back. They're into the short stretch. Carpe Venum, Naughty Joker now right alongside of My Heart Sings, and here comes past the plate to join them on the far outside. These four in a line pass the plate, comes striding forward for Julien Leparoux. Past the plate indeed. Draws clear to win it. Then it was My Heart Sings second, close for third, Naughty Joker or Carpe Venum for that show spot.
Past the plate, rolling right past them after slow fractions were set in this race. All Julien Leparoux had to do was just guide her to the finish line. For a second, it looked like maybe she was going to duck in, Gabby, but she goes on and wins this one easily at odds of 8-5.
Yeah, but this was a good ride because he got her into the race from the get-go. She was down on the inside, managed to save ground throughout there, and then once he did angle her out, she had enough to really kick on clear. So this was an impressive performance, even going back to her last dirt race. She definitely had the dirt form, and she gets the job done at 8-5. Congratulations to trainer Paul McGee, Julien Leparoux in the saddle for the homebred out of Silverton Hill LLC. The two passed the plate at 8-5.
Photo for place, hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's sixth race. 2 Past the Plate was first. 1 My Heart Sings was second. 6 Naughty Joker third. And 7 Carpe Venum fourth. 2-1-6-7 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's sixth, the Margot, the unofficial winner, 2 Past the Plate, owned by Silverton Hill LLC of Bonnie and Tommy Hamilton, trained by Paul McGee, Julien Leparoux, the jockey. Past the Plate, 3-year-old filly by Temple City out of Pocket Gift by Great Notion, bred in Kentucky by Silverton Hill. Mile and a 16th over the fast main track, 1 minute 48.49 seconds. Results of Keeneland's sixth race official, 2-1-6-7, the official results. Keeneland's seventh upcoming starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. No changes in this seventh race feature. Carryover for the Super High Five jackpot, $34,310. Eighth and final race, a reminder, race 8 comes off the turf. It will go 1 mile and 3/16 on the main track. That's the 8th race off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16 main track. Scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. Scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2, Margaret's Joy, 3, Leah Chase, and 6, Tell Her to Sing.
This is the featured race here at Keeneland this afternoon, race number 7, and it does start the late double here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. And a bit of a surprise that Impeccable Style is the 2-1 favorite over Never Forget, the filly that scratched out of the Lexus Raven run last week and opted for this run here today. But I went to the 2-horse O Serafina at odds of 5-1. There she is getting ready, the daughter of Congrats, a Keeneland graduate from the September sale of 2018. Her last race was an easy victory at Oaklawn Park, and in fact, her best performances have come when she's made the lead, and I think that she can make the lead here because I'm not so sure that Impeccable Style is going to be rushed from the inside and is in a tough position to win here today on the rail. So the proof is in the pudding when it comes to off the layoff situations for trainer Joe Sharp. He wins at 21% off of these lengthy layoffs, and she looks ready to go here this afternoon. So I'm hopeful that she's able to outbreak those fillies that are around here coming out of the gate and be able to establish that good early position. Now, the second choice is Impeccable Style. For me, she would be my top selection if she wasn't on the rail. She ran against She Dares the Devil in her most recent start, was beaten 5 lengths in the Indiana Oaks, and She Dares the Devil would come out of there to win the Kentucky Oaks Grade 1 company. And this filly's, she's run a good race just about each and every time. Her only bad race, if you want to call it that, was when she was in tough. The odds suggested it in the Grade 2 Rachel Alexandra, which featured Finite and last year's 2-year-old champion British Idiom, and now Preakness Stakes winner, Grade 1 winner Swiss Skydiver. So you're not going to hold that against her. She doesn't have those types of horses she's running against here this afternoon. So you really do have to respect this filly coming into this spot for Chris Coleman and Brendan Walsh as Ricardo Santana Jr. will jump aboard for the first time. And then finally, Never Forget on the outside, the daughter of Warfront, a winner just 2 starts back, came out of that to run a very good third to Sconson and 4 Graces. And Never Forget, she was the 3rd place finisher in that Grade 2 8 Bells, but she kind of she made up a bit of ground. Sconson came over the top to nail 4 Graces, and then Gabby 4 Graces did not run well at all in the Grade 2 Lexus Raven run last week. So we'll see what she's about. Certainly this is a much easier spot than tackling Venetian Harbor, who she would have had to beat last Friday in the Lexus Raven run.
Yeah, for sure. That was a very, very tough field. The one thing about that race, though, was that it featured a very fast pace, and I thought it really set up for horses closing from off of the pace, including the winner Sconson. 4 Graces did pretty much all of the dirty work. So I did think that she really fit the flow of the race that day, and I don't really see that happening in this race. That's why I did not include her in the top 3, but instead I went to the 4 Aurelia Garland as the top pick here for Rudolph Brisset, and I did have the opportunity to speak to Rudy earlier today with regard to this filly, and he said he just thinks she's better going one-turn distances. He thought one of her best races was at 7/8 at Churchill Downs, where she closed into the pace against 4 Graces and Miss T2. Obviously, 4 Graces, she's a graded stakes caliber filly, but also Miss T2 is as well. She recently won an allowance race with a 97 Beyer speed figure at Churchill Downs, so she looks like a promising filly for trainer Bill Mott. That was at her one-turn race. Obviously, they stretched her out in distance. I thought her performance in the Iowa Oaks was okay, but she seemingly just lost her form a bit, and I think turning back in distance will help wake her up. The only thing that Rudy did mention was that it's a quick turnaround, and he doesn't normally like to do that, but she did come out of the race in good shape, and that's why she finds herself in this spot here today. The number 1, Impeccable Style, I'm with Scott. I think the rail draw is going to be tricky for her because she's quick. She's not necessarily a closer. She's got a little bit of tactical speed, so the rail could be a tricky post for her considering the presence of the 2 O Serafina, who is just to her outside. If Ricardo Santana Jr. can maybe get her out of the gate, break sharply, and sit right behind O Serafina, then I think that's probably the best case scenario. But this filly, she's coming out of good races, including the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks, where she finished second to She Dares the Devil. So the class is there, the form is there. We'll just see if she can figure out the right type of trip from the rail at 7/8. And then the 2 O Serafina, you know, she's definitely been very impressive, and she's faced some nice horses in the past, including Bonnie South, even Taraz in that stakes race at Oakland Park 2 starts ago. But the question, too, is whether or not she got better when the distances got longer. I personally think she did get better when the distances got longer. I thought her best performance to date was at the mile and a 16th at Oaklawn, where she went wire to wire. So, a mile and a 16th speed is a little easier than 7 furlong speed. And this is her first race off of several months on the shelf. So, I think she's going to have to be on the engine the entire way around there, and we'll see if she can hold off some of these late challengers. This is not an easy field. I do respect her, but for a horse who I thought was actually going to be the favorite, just playing devil's advocate. But right now, speaking of the favorite, it's a very close board. We have the 1, Impeccable Style, at 5-2, and your co-favorite as the 8, Never Forget, towards the outside. This is a quality group of allowance fillies, and it's coming up next in 15 minutes.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's featured 7th, the Mineola, and allowance for fillies and mares age 3 and up. Beard course distance about 7 furlongs over the fast main track. Starts the last of the day's rolling doubles. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $34,310. No changes in race 7. Looking ahead, a reminder that race 8 is off the turf and will be contested at 1 3/16 on the main track. So late double players, keep that in mind. Race 8 is off the turf and will be contested on the main track. 7th race coming up in just 7 minutes.
Just a few minutes out from the 7th race here at Keeneland, the featured event, and a very nice feature that is 7 furlongs on the main track. Here is the 2 O Serafina. We'll talk first about her for trainer Joe Sharp. She hasn't been seen since February earlier this year, where she broke her maiden going gate to wire. She's a big filly. She's got lots of size to her. Now, she does look fit. There's a lot of definition to her shoulder, even behind the saddle, but she is a big filly, and I still do believe that she got better as the distances got longer and she could use her speed to her advantage. 7 furlongs with an inside draw could be a lot off of the layoff, but she does look good on track. The 8 horse, Never Forget, she really won me over on track today. She's not the biggest filly when you compare her to, say, the 2 O Serafina, but she's got a lot of elegance to her. Again, I did not use her in the top 3, but she looks great on track. She's dappled. She looks like a happy, healthy horse today. So the 8 Never Forget, I would definitely consider using her. A long shot to maybe pay attention to is the 5 Story Blue. Now, she was acting up a little bit in the paddock when they put the saddle on her. They had to saddle her on the walk, but since she's come over to the main track, she has really settled down nicely, and she seems very professional on track. You can see her just walking around, ears forward, taking in her surroundings. Her last race, she was very wide throughout. She was 6 5 wide the entire race, and she lost to Stellar Sound, who is the other Michael McCarthy runner, and there for Don Alberto. She was very, very impressive that day. She went on to win by 7 lengths, but I actually thought it was a decent performance for this filly. I didn't think that we would get 17-1 on her, but if you're looking to maybe beef up some of those exotics, say the trifectas, the exactas, I would definitely consider using her, not only basing my opinion on her last race in the wide trip, but also her presence on track under Florent Giroux. And then finally, the number 1, Impeccable Style for trainer Brendan Walsh. She's coming in off of a freshening last seen in the Grade 3 Indiana Oaks. Now, the question is whether or not she can work out a trip from the rail post position today at 7 furlongs, as she is quick, but she might not be as quick as the 2 Serafina. So it's all going to come down to strategy, the strategy from Ricardo Santana Jr. And Scott, you just finished speaking to Brendan Walsh. Is the post position a concern to him?
There's no doubt it is. He said it is a drawback, and we've seen it time and time again here at Keeneland coming out of the chute in these sprint races. And what you have to do, you just have to be faster than the rest down the backstretch, and that's something that he feels that a few of these other fillies will be able to out-jump her away from the starting gate, but they won't give them too much, meaning they won't let them get too far in front of him because she's got a lot of athleticism and speed, and she's not the biggest filly. She's got a lot of leg to her. It's looking at her, the way that she's built and the fact that her other victory came going 7 furlongs, she just might be one of these stone-cold runners and stone-cold racehorses because she looks like a filly that wants to go a bit longer, but we've seen it from her in the past being able to win at this distance. I would take nothing away from her. She's been very mellow in the lead up to this race. And the 2-horse, Serafina, boy, was she breathing fire on the other side when she was circling the tree. And you can see even now she's still got that look to her. She hasn't gotten too over-ramped, and the fact that she's wound up like this, I think, is a good sign. I think this is a good sign for her at 4-1 to maybe break sharp and go on with it off of this lengthy layoff.
Yeah, she is. She's warm, and she's getting warmer as we're getting closer to post time. But, Scott, there's a difference between a horse looking nervous and a horse just looking fired up and ready to go, and she appears to be the latter. I'm still of the opinion that I think she's better going longer.
Horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 7th and featured race, the Mineola. They are at the post. And they're off. There goes Union Maiden with O Serafina to her inside. And O Serafina moves up now and takes the lead. Impeccable Style kicks in, goes to second down toward the rail. Never Forget has speed, moves up fast on the far outside. Never Forget now has gone to the lead by a half length. O Serafina's second a half length. Impeccable Style is third a half length. And then comes Union Maiden, who drops back into fourth by 3/4 of a length. Aurelia Garland is fifth. Break of 4 more lengths back to Story Blue, who is sixth toward the inside. Brassy alongside her in seventh. And Saint Sation last of the eighth opening quarter, 22.39 seconds. Into the far turn, Never Forget leads by a length and a half. Impeccable Style is second and neck. O Serafina third down toward the inside. Aurelia Garland fourth, looking toward the far outside, 3 lengths off the lead. Union Maiden is fifth in between horses as they round the far turn. Never Forget still leads it. Impeccable Style trying to draw alongside at the quarter pole. Aurelia Garland third, and then Union Maiden trying to find some running room in between horses toward the outside now. Never Forget short lead. Here comes Union Maiden. Impeccable Style between that pair. Aurelia Garland far outside. Union Maiden to the lead, and then Aurelia Garland in second at the 16th pole. Never Forget drops back. Impeccable Style is third. It is Union Maiden and Aurelia Garland 1-2 in deep stretch. Union Maiden, Tyler Gaffaleone to win it. Aurelia Garland was home second. It will be a multiple horse photo to separate third, fourth, and fifth.
Union Maiden from off the pace gets the victory here today at odds of 5-1. As the two started to back up, the one took over, then she starts to tire a bit, and here comes Gaffaleone with his daughter of Union Rags to pick up her second lifetime victory.
Yeah, this is a filly that definitely got overlooked in the wagering here. She's sent out by Chad Brown, and she ultimately gets the victory at 5-1. But I did think that it was a interesting pace scenario. Certain horses went to the lead that I didn't predict to be that close to the pace, but it definitely set up nicely for this winner, the 3, Union Maiden.
Photo for show. Hold all tickets. Unofficial results of Keeneland's featured 7th. 3 Union Maiden first, 4 Aurelia Garland second, 1 Impeccable Style third, 6 Brassy was fourth, and 5 Story Blue fifth. 3-4-1-6-5 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's featured 7th, the Mineola, the unofficial winner, number 3, Union Maiden, owned by Wise Racing of Alan Wise. The trainer is Chad Brown. The jockey is Tyler Gaffaleone. Union Maiden, the 3-year-old filly by Union Rags out of Pantanal by Congrats, bred in Kentucky by Haymarket Farm, LLC. This Keeneland sales grad gets the beard course distance of about 7 furlongs over the fast main track in 1 minute 28.17 seconds, and the results of Keeneland's 7th race are official. 3-4-1-6-5, the official results. Keeneland's 8th and final race upcoming. Race 8 comes off the turf, goes 1 mile and 3/16 on the fast main track. Off the turf, 1 mile and 3/16 on the fast main track. Scratch the 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. And scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Again, scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. Scratch 6, Tell Her to Sing. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $36,615.
Eighth and final is 21 minutes to post, as we've got this group of fillies and mares 3 and up getting set to attempt to break their maiden at the distance of 1 mile and 3/16 on the main track, again off the turf for this race and all the races that we had here this afternoon at Keeneland Racecourse. So the 4-horse is where I go to start the conversation, Safari Queen, and I'm a bit surprised that she is 2-1 right now. I thought that the other Grand Motion filly would take a bit more action, but here's a daughter of Animal Kingdom for Grand Motion that gets David Cohen, and she gets a much better draw than what she had in her most recent start, and that was a fast pace up at Belmont Park, especially for the distance of 1 mile and an eighth. So I think that this move to the main track by Animal Kingdom out of an unbridled song mare, which shouldn't hurt the task at hand here today as far as tackling dirt. Hopefully David Cohen can get some good early position. I think that's going to be key with this filly to sit just off of the pace, potentially, maybe even try to go to the front end. We'll see. We'll see what this daughter of Animal Kingdom, a multiple Grade 1 winner on various surfaces, can pull off here today. She looks lovely out there. Big, long, lengthy filly is this 4-year-old, as she'll make start number 5 of her career. The number 7 horse is Fortuna for Jack Swain, a homebred, daughter of Medaglia d'Oro. Another one for Grand Motion, trying dirt for the first time via this off-the-turf move, and Tyler Gaffleone gets the call. She's run some even races. We'll see what she's about here today on dirt. I think that that's something that can be beneficial, moving over to dirt when you see that kind of form from a horse. And right now, she just clicked down to 2-1, so it's back and forth between Graham in this spot as far as the favoritism. And from the outside draw, she's going to have to be pushed forward, you would imagine, here today to pull off a good trip early on and ultimately finish up in making a good account of herself. And then the 8-horse, the third choice for me, 16-1, Pythoness for Mike Campbell, daughter of Liam's Map. This is a filly that comes down from Chicago, where she's been training at Hawthorne. Michael sent out a nice Into Mischief filly a couple weeks back that ran a big one off of training up in the Chicagoland area. And she's run 3 times on dirt. They've all been sprinting, but it certainly looks as though the distance races, longer distance races, are going to be far more to her liking as for what we've seen from her in her recent route races on turf. So, again, daughter of Liam's Map, who was a Grade 1 winner, Gabby, here at Breeders' Cup in 2015 in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile.
Yeah, one of the most impressive performances, I thought, for Breeders' Cup that particular year here at Keeneland. I landed on the 5 Take Charge Patty as the top pick. I liked her on turf. I think she is definitely capable on dirt here as well. The blinkers go on for trainer Paul McGee, who already has a winner on today's program. I just think that she is one that wants to run all day, and she has tried the mile and 3/16 before in the past on the turf here at Keeneland, where, you know, it was really hard to make up ground on that particular turf that day. But you look at some of her dirt races, she's gone the mile. She needs to go, longer distances than a mile on the dirt. So I think it might all come together for her here today. And I like the fact that the blinkers go on her as well, because hopefully at this distance, she can at least be sitting mid-pack or more forwardly placed, because she does seem like a one-paced type of filly, but she can run all day. So I think the track and the distance is suitable for her here today. And she also has class. She ran against Great Island last time out. That horse would come back to win an allowance race here at Keeneland. A couple starts ago, Tizhara, she was a allowance winner at Keeneland too. So she has gone against some pretty quality competition as of late. It will be a question of whether or not the dirt is her preferred surface, but I love the distance for her and the blinkers on. I hope she can get an aggressive ride under Rafael Bejarano. And then the 7, Fortuna, for trainer Grand Motion. I do think that she's probably the filly to beat. She had a tough post position to overcome last time out at Kentucky Downs, a post 11 out of 12, and she, unfortunately just didn't get the right trip that day. But I think today could be the day that she turns the tables on horses like Long Pants Required and other contenders in here. She gets Tyler Gaffleone and the saddle, and then the 10, Long Pants Required. She too comes out of that race at Kentucky Downs, 2 starts back, going a mile and 5/16. The question with her is whether or not she gets the right pace flow in front of her. She too seems like a filly that can be a little bit one-paced, and with that outside draw, I think Brian Hernandez will have a tough time of it getting her into position. But if you go back to her last dirt race, or her only dirt race, it was at Churchill Downs in an off-the-turf event. She finished 3rd in that race. race against Ivietsu, who was actually okay. So I think there was quality in that one maiden special weight on the dirt. We obviously haven't seen her on the surface since then, but she at least showed me in that race that she is certainly capable of competing with top quality types of horses on this main track here today. So definitely one I think you can pay attention to as she sits on the board at 4-1. Your favorite is the number 7 Fortuna. I go in a different direction with the 5 Take Charge Patty, hoping for a double on today's card for trainer Paul McGee, as we are 15 minutes out from the 8th and final.
Horses are entering the track for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Morgan's Ford. Maiden special weight fillies and mares age 3 and up. Race comes off the turf, goes 1 mile and 3/16 over the fast main track. Scratch 2, Margaret's Joy. Scratch 3, Leah Chase. And scratch 6, Teller to Sing. Carryover for the Super High 5 jackpot, $36,615. Mile and 3/16 main track, post time in 7 minutes.
Horses warming up on track for the 8th and final race today, and we'll start off with the current favorite on the board is the 7 Fortuna at 2-1 for Trainer Graham Motion. And this is a filly who, I definitely think she's the class of the race, and I think she could probably turn things around. She is getting pretty warm on track. She seems a little bit nervous today as well. So we'll see if she can settle as we get closer to post time. But she is a filly that doesn't really have that much size to her, which I don't necessarily mind because of the distances that she's gone in the past couple of starts. She does look like kind of a turf stayer. But we'll see if she can translate that form to the main track here today. But that was just one thing that I've kind of noticed from her here this afternoon is she is a bit warm on track. As we shift gears to the number 5, Take Charge Patty, I really like what I'm seeing from this filly here today. And looking at her as a physical, she definitely looks like she's capable of handling her own on the dirt. And we see that too. From her back form too. She is a filly that's gone, who's raced 3 times on a fast main track before in the past, and many of those times when she's been on the dirt has been at a mile where she's just a little bit one pace. So I think this distance will be perfect for her. She has good energy. She looks very happy on track. So all good signs from the 5, Take Charge Patty here on track. And then finally the number 9, a filly that I did not use in the top 3, but Champagne Diet. She's a filly that can sometimes be a little bit quirky, but she seems to be handling herself very, very well on track today, and she's good in the flesh. She holds very good condition, so she really did kind of stand out to me on track today. Again, it's a question of whether or not she's going to like the main track, but at least in terms of her physicality and also just her presence on track, all good things for this horse who's on the board right now at 8 2-1. I do want to check in one moment with Scott Hazelton, who just talked to Paul McGee, the trainer of the 5 Take Charge Patty. Did he mention anything specific about this filly today?
That they're adding the blinkers, looking to get more speed. One of the more obvious angles when you see a horse add blinkers, and he said there was no hesitation in running this filly here today when they announced that they were going to be taking these races off the turf course here this afternoon with the rain that we got in the last couple of days. And he says, in fact, they've been looking to get her on a fast main track going 2 turns for quite some time. So here's the opportunity. We'll see if it works out. And Paul McGee already with a win on the card with a filly that was in a race taken off the turf course. So it could work out for a second time, this time for Samantha Siegel's JMS stable with Take Charge Patty. You've got 3 minutes to play the nightcap here at Keeneland.
The horses have reached the starting gate for Keeneland's 8th and final race, the Morgan's Ford, at 1 mile 3/16 on the main track. They are at the post. They're off. There goes Take Charge Patty away well, comes out for the early lead. Long pants required to the outside, and Captain Jenny B to the inside. Now, Captain Jenny B going to move up, be the closest pursuer to Take Charge Patty. Those two now on even terms as they head down to the first turn. Long pants required, backs away and slides down toward the inside in third. In fact, there goes Champagne Diet moving up around her outside into the third spot. Long pants required is now in fourth around the turn. Safari Queen is fifth. Fortuna alongside her in sixth. Then a gap of nearly 3 more back to Pythoness, who's last of the 7. It was 23.9 seconds, the time for the opening quarter. Take Charge Patty has the lead by a length up the back stretch. Captain Jenny B is second, 3/4 of a length. Champagne Diet up now to challenge for second on the outside. Break of 3 lengths to Long Pants Required in fourth, a half length. Fortuna fifth on the outside. Safari Queen is in sixth and is joined by Pythonus at the back. It was 48.06 seconds, the time for the first half mile. Take Charge Patty, the leader. Champagne Diet is second, a half length. Separate the top two at the entry to the far turn. Long Pants Required is in third, a half length. Fortuna, fourth on the outside. Pythonus goes fifth. She's sixth from the front. Captain Jenny B is dropping back along the rail. She's now next to last. And Safari Queen is the trailer. Back up front, Champagne Diet tries to draw alongside of Take Charge Patty, who still has her measure, at least to this point. Got a 1/4 mile to go, though, as they swing off the far turn. Long Pants Required would love to make this a 3-way shuffle. Here she comes up on the outside. Fortuna is fourth. Into the final furlong, Long Pants Required has taken a narrow lead. Take Charge Patty is second. Champagne Diet third. Fortuna is fourth. 16th pole. Long Pants Required opening up by 2, 3 lengths clear for Brian Hernandez Jr. Long Pants Required wins the nightcap. Take Charge Patty was home second. Champagne Diet was across the line in third. Fortuna was fourth, and Pythonus was fifth.
Long Pants Required, the daughter of New Year's Day, back onto the dirt for just the second time in her career. And boy, does she take to it here today in this off-the-turf event.
Yeah, she was one of the few fillies in here that actually had dirt form to work off of, and that last dirt race was actually quite good, so she proved much the best on this particular surface here today. The 5 Take Charge Patty holding on for second after being on the lead and taking some pressure early as well. So 10-5-9 unofficially in the nightcap.
Unofficial results of Keeneland's 8th and final race. 10 Long Pants Required was first. 5 Take Charge Patty was second. 9 Champagne Diet third. 7 Fortuna was fourth. 8 Pythonus fifth. 10-5-9-7-8 unofficial. In the winner's circle for Keeneland's 8th race, the Morgan's Ford, the unofficial winner, number 10, Long Pants Required. The winning owner, 4 Lawn Chairs LLC, John Conway, David Conway, Jim Conway, and Steve Cockrell. The trainer, Brendan Walsh. The jockey, Brian Hernandez Jr. Long Pants Required, a 3-year-old filly by New Year's Day out of Chrysleriana by Seeking the Gold. Winner bred in Kentucky by 4 Lawn Chairs LLC. Off the turf, a mile and 3/16 over the fast main track, 1 minute 58.78 seconds. Results of race 8, official 10.5978. The official results of Keeneland's 8th race. At Keeneland, the pick 6 pays on 6 of 6 with a consolation 5 of 6. Late pick 5 on 5 of 5 with a consolation 4 of 5. There will be a carryover for tomorrow's card for the Super High 5 jackpot of $39,778. Super High 5 jackpot carryover, $39,778. With the conclusion of today's Keeneland races, simulcast wagering will be ending and the mutual windows closing. If you plan to wager on any remaining races for today, we ask that you please do so at this time, and we thank you. For now, on behalf of Keeneland, thank you and good evening.
The first of the final 4 days of racing in the books here at Keeneland Racecourse as we wind down to the final 3, which we'll discuss in just a few moments. But in this 8-race card, no real surprises as we have seen in previous cards during this fall meeting. A lot of favorites performing at their best. In fact, one of the bigger prices that we had this afternoon came in race number 7, the featured event, with Union Maiden providing a $15 plus payout. But we do have 10 races to come over the course of Friday and Saturday before we get there. 9-race card tomorrow, which gets underway at 1:05 Eastern Time, and then we'll be in full swing when it comes to Breeders' Cup as horses will start to arrive from their worldwide arrival locations here for Breeders' Cup 2020 at Keeneland Racecourse. Looking forward to the final 3 days and certainly looking forward to BC here at Keeneland in just a few weeks' time.